You show me a civil rights movement, and I'll get backlash in the form of 10 cities. You show me a Barack Obama, and I'll show you the backlash in the form of what? And some orange dude who took over the White House, right? There has always been a backlash. And so we've got to be, we can't fight the current backlash if we don't understand the history of that backlash. But that live in the backlash, because at the end of the day, this is what I know, and I'm gonna pass it to my sister Latasha, and then we're gonna get to stepping because we gotta stay on today. But this is what I know: when we work together, we win. They can try whatever they want to try, right? They can try to bring back whatever they want to bring back. Y'all know how the saying, right? Mess around and find. But they always gonna try it. But guess what? What we've done in the past, we shall do again. In the past, and we will beat them again. And this march and this process, this building that goes on, is a part of what is going to get us. So I need you to say real loud, put a fist up and say, I. Say, I believe. Say, I believe that we will win. Say, I believe that we will win. Thank you. I love you. I'm going to pass it to my sister, Latasha.
Good morning, y'all. I'm going to be short because we got a walk to do, right? And I'm cold, so I got to get these bones moving. I don't know about y'all. Well, the first right was the day I started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, the last thing I did wrong, ain't too long. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Just a few things that I want to say. I do this everywhere I go. I think it's important. I want you to close your eyes. And I want to ask you a question. I want you to hear this with your heart. My question to you is, what would America look like without racism? Question for you is, what would Lowndes County, Alabama be without racism? If they had the income, the economics that they need and deserve, if we cared about this community to America, if we cared about the people that sacrificed for us to be here today, what does that? Open your eyes. I'm just going to say what it looks like to me. It looks like love. That's what it looks like. It looks like love. And so we're going on this space that everything that we do, Black Voters Matter, if you see our bus anywhere, you will always see two words, love and power, because we believe that it is the interaction between those two things that are not contingent about sitting here and saying that the Senate is going to hold us down. They don't have the right to do that. They don't even have power to do that. When we tap into the unlimited power of love and turn that and transform that power with each other, we can change a nation, y'all. And we're going to have to believe that. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you, when I say love, you say power. Love. Love. When I say power, you say love. Love. Power. When I say love, you say power. Love. Love. When I say love, power. Power. Thank you. Peace and blessings. Come on, y'all. We got to do this. Yes.
Y'all, I forgot to mention that we do have most of our partner organizations are going to speak when we get to the lunchtime rally, but we do want to speak, and this is really important to y'all because, you know, we can't talk about voting rights. One of the things we like to remind folks, right, not just about civil rights, it's about human rights. This is a battle about human rights. And one of the most important deal with is this issue of immigration. And I'm so glad that we got a friend of ours here who's going to talk about that and other stuff, Sister Nana from BAJI, Black Alliance for Just Immigration. Y'all give it up for Sister Nana.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Latasha. Woo! Love! Power! Love! Power! Thank you so very much. My name is Nana Jumpy. I am the executive director of the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, a racial justice, immigrant rights organization, the largest black immigrant rights and racial justice in the Black immigrants and African Americans were together then, we're together now, together forward. Fighting for civil rights, fighting for human rights. As a leader of SNCC, talking about the young people, the student nonviolent, as a leader of Ray, at that time his name was Stokely Carmichael, he came right here to Lowndes County. He organized with the people right here in Lowndes County, setting up with them the Alabama Freedom Party. And then he joined King in other civil march, the same march that we're going on today. He fought access to voting rights. And we have to remember Malcolm X, whose mother was from Grenada, who grew up eating rice and peas, who told the filibustered Congress, warning them that it was the ballot or bullets. We remember a child of immigrants, Shirley Chisholm, the first black person for president on a major voting party ticket. And then we think about Harry Belafonte. We think about Fortier. We think about Miriam Makeba. That is the story of then. What is the story of now? Who knows a sister named Nse Ofut? A sister from Nigeria, naturalized in the United States, who with the New Georgia Project registered 800,000 people in Georgia to vote. Who's heard of Ilhan Omar? A bad sister. A refugee from Somalia, fighting for our communities every day. Who's heard of Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the descendant of Jamaicans, who is at the lead of the reparations fight for H.R. 40 right there in Congress? Black immigrants are 25%. Let me say that again. A quarter of the black. One out of every 4 black folks you know is either from outside this country or from someone outside this country. And we are the current and future voters that we're talking about today. As black immigrants, we know that elections and black voters matter on the issues that impact our families and our communities, including what belonging means and access to rights mean people in this country. We are all black. Let me repeat that. We are all our struggles, including defeating voting rights legislation and protecting black migrants and welcoming them like they can welcome folks. And our destinies are tied to each other. We're together then, together now, and we're together forward. Love! Power! Power! Love! Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, man, come on. First checkpoint. Good morning. Y'all ready? You sure? So let me give you a few housekeeping points to make sure that we are safe, that we are marching, that we are having a good time. We are statements, okay? So we want to make sure that everybody is in line, everyone's safe. So what we're going to do is battle. So, ooh, yeah, that's me. You probably got an email from me. Hold this for me. We want to make sure everyone is checked in, that you have this red and black wristband. Hold them up, hold them up. Love it, love it. If you don't, to the blue tent and receive one. Hold this up for me, Mr. Albright. All right, so there's our fellows. Hey, when we march, what they're going to see us, right? Okay, so two things. We want to stay, and they're all things. We want to make sure that we walk in rows of three. Rows of how many? Three, just like another person. Pretend like it's another person. Thank you. Rows of three. We want, this is the white line. We want to stay on the right side of marshals who are going to make sure that we're in order. We also want to make sure that if we have any little kids, because we want them on the inside. They need to be on the right, almost walking on the grass. Is that okay? All right, good. Here we have fruit, we have snacks, we have hot coffee, hot air. Grab some, but be real careful. It's 2 miles, so be real careful. So we have lavatories here if you want to make sure you're good before we leave. Give you some information about how we're going to line up. I'm going to ask one more time. We have some cars that are in the cart out here. Please move your cars if you don't mind. You can bring them up here or you can go down point 2, but please move your cars. Okay, hold on. Devontae is going to give you a little information about the lineup.
All right, guys. All right. Real quick. I just want to give you an idea of the lineup for today. All right. So in the very, very front, everybody say the very, very front. We have some B buses. They're smaller buses. They're going to stay ahead of us at all times. All right. The only thing that you guys need to be attentive of, you guys are in between. Everybody's in between 2 patrol cars. All right. You guys are in between cars. If you do not see a patrol car in front of you or behind you, you're in the wrong place. All right. You need to stay between those 2 patrol cars. All right. We want to make sure everyone is safe. Again, if you are driving, we want to make sure you are ahead of the line. Either go to the next checkpoint, all right, or just meet us there, or just stay in the front of the line, all right, ahead of all the patrol, ahead of the DJ booth and all that. So again, where you guys 2 patrol cars at all as possible on this journey on today. All right. All right. Oh, no. Okay, understand this. Once you start at one checkpoint, we are encouraging to make it to the next checkpoint. Now we're here at checkpoint 1. The next stop for the next shuttle is not going to be till checkpoint 2. All right, to check 2. Once you get to checkpoint 2, if you begin to start walking, there will not be another shuttle until when? And if you get to point 3 and you don't feel like it and you begin to walk, when's the next checkpoint shuttle going to be? Understand. So once you walk, the first checkpoint walk, we won't have another shuttle to pick you up until the next checkpoint. All right? So there'll always be a shuttle at the next checkpoint, shuttle to where the next checkpoint will be. Yeah, unless there is an absolute emergency, you need to emergency to you and a shuttle to you to take you to the next checkpoint. All right? All right? So we are going to the BP next checkpoint. That's about 2 miles from here. The BP station is about 2 miles from here. That's checkpoint 2. All right, which is a very, very short checkpoint. And then checkpoint 4. Checkpoint 4 is a main stop there. There will be lunch and some other things provided. Are we good?
Out here. Okay, if you can come real quick. What we want to do is we just want to our movement is rooted in spirituality. We do what we do when we believe our power comes from the great creator. And so in this just going to ask for just a short prayer of asking for cover. You know what to do. You're a minister. You know what to do.
Most High God, Heavenly Father, creator of the universe, creator of all people, we love you. We thank you. Ask for your guidance. We ask for your power. We thank you that you have empowered us to be able to walk in peace, to walk in love, for you are love. We love you, and we ask that you would keep everyone here safe. You would allow this to be an example of what can be done when we work in unity in your name.
Amen. All right, we're getting ready to pass the torch, but I wanted to introduce y'all. Come here, Brother Mays, to Napoleon Mays Jr. Say, hey, Mr. Mays. Hey, Mr. Mays. Say, thank you, Mr. Mays. Thanking him for. He was a 15-year-old. He was born, bred here in Lowndes County, and he actually participated in the march when it was in Lowndes County. So that's why we're going to say it one more time, like we mean it. Thank you, Mr. Mays, on the count of 3. 1, 3. Thank you, Mr. Mays. All right. So we're going to hand the torch to you. He's going to start off with the torch as we leave out it. We're going to ask everybody that we're going to do this like this. Relay. So we want folks to come just get the torch, and we're going to keep passing away. So that literally is our collective power that's going to move us forward. All right? All right.
We have his sister, Miss Mary Mays Jackson, on the ground, too. She's
okay.
Here.
Miss Mary Mays Jackson, are you here, too? Well, they'll get to speak. We'll hear them at the next stop. We want to get started, but I just wanted to lift up. We against y'all. So everybody, hello. Okay, we're going to go ahead and let's start lining up at the balloon arch in rows of 3. You are going to step in front of the big bus. Is this big BVM bus? So if we, the blackest bus in America, you can't miss it. I think we might need to send you to the eye doctor. Oh, yes. Okay, so do me a favor. Start lining up at the arch in rows of 3. Officers and the marshals pull you out, then you can walk in front of the bus. Again, we're walking in rows of, we're staying on the right side of the babies are going to be on the inside. Right, I love it. All right. All right. The babies, we're walking. We are making sure we stay to the right of the line. All of our babies, I see a lot of, they're literally going to be walking in the grass. We need them on the furthest side. Everyone, we're all a team. So if you see a baby and you don't see the mama, make sure we all in order. We don't want anybody having issues. Any directives from y'all, or we're good?
You can let them know that our officers will be the buffer other lane.
Okay. Okay. Yellow vets, they're going to try to keep us inside.
I'm going to be the final convoy. You need to get this now.
Ladies, get into your vehicles.
For free.
Get into your vehicles, media.
Okay.
Oh, no, we'll need them ready.
It's a master class.
Yeah.
I learned that I already got broken the rules. Good to see you all.
All right,
You're the first day we said I like it. At some point.
Y'all know which one's your mile, right?
We're gonna start We're gonna start singing. Let's go.
Are we ready? I mean,
Marshall.
Excuse me, y'all. Photo bomb, everything.
Y'all ready? Yeah, we're ready. Give us 1 second. They're about to move these cars up and we're probably going to walk out, okay? Okay.
That's spectacular. Y'all, we just waiting for them to move the vehicles at the march. We're going to get the march in just a second.
Well, we won't be able to move over to these cars.
So if y'all just hold on, let's do it. Stop where you are. A group of 3. Take 2 steps up. That's all I need you to do. Now, put the first group. Hold on. First group. 2. Put your arms in. Second group. Second group. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
come on, the first group of 3.
hey Dion, we're going to shift over to the right lane. They can't stand. When we start marching, to come to this lane until we get past the vehicle. Then we're going to leave that open. All right, we're doing. We're going to get there. We open the occupy all officers. We pass all the vehicles. Once we pass these vehicles, we will shift back over to the right-hand lane. But for now, we will left hand lane.
Hey, bless the words. You said that.
Out of the streets, please.
Bless.
Nobody getting hit by no car.
Right.
This car pass. We got one car that's going to pass.
Time's up. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check.
We have one vehicle that's going to pass.
5, 6, 9.
Excuse me, man? Yep, sorry.
A camera, a blue or a black
Again, the officers in these vests, it look like me, he will be the closest thing to the center line once we move to that side.
Yeah, we ready. Whenever y'all are. Yeah, right. Whenever you get the time. Right.
On your go, man.
First day, right? First 2 miles. All right, we ready. I know. We get to the next, right? Okay.
Ain't gonna let no.
Five officers. Here we go. Here we go.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on. Come on, y'all, let's go. Gonna let injustice turn me around, ain't gonna let injustice turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let oppression turn me around, turn me around. Everybody say stop. I'm gonna let you talk. Talking, keep on talking. Anybody driving a Camry? Huh?
We're doing the live stream.
Perfect. Keep fucking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom's land.
We want some voting rights. What do we want? 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 Now. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, don't get it. What do we want? Voting rights. What do we want? What do we want? Voting rights. What do we want? Right now. What do we want? Voting rights. Right now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, I said if we don't get it, shut it down. Hey, hey, the filibusters got to go. Hey, hey, the filibusters got to go. Announcement, mic check. There will be flowing traffic in the left lane. There will be flowing traffic in the left lane. So please listen to the marshals. Please keep in your lane across. Please keep your spacing between your lines, and we'll be fine. All right? Fine up.
Sanitary units, where y'all from? Where y'all from?
6 and 8 one time.
Got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. The new Jim Crow is. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. The new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey.
This is what democracy is. So many. More justice. No, I'm saying. What's
They keep blocking my laws because of the music. Facebook keeps blocking every time I go live because of the music. How many was that? How many was that? How many was that? We don't need no music. Watch yourself, guys. Watch yourself. Gotcha. Appreciate that. Come on, guys. Yeah, y'all thought it was just a little bit of people, didn't you? Nah. Ain't no stopping us.
it shine. Put your hands together. Come on, clap with it. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Guiding for golden lights. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, guiding for golden lights. I'm gonna let it shine.
Let's go. This is what Rows of 3. 1, 2, 3. Rows of 3. Say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Hey! Rows of 3. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Rows of 3. All right. Let's get started.
united, will never be defeated. The people, divided, will never be defeated. The people, united, 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 will never. The people, united, will never be defeated. Fight for voting rights. 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 We're gonna fight till we get it right.
So we're going to do some chants in Yiddish now. It's okay if you don't know the Yiddish. You can take our English part. You can try Yiddish. Let's do this together. Aim, stay, try, fear, justice here, and justice here. Aim, stay, here, justice here, justice here. Aim, stay, try, fear, justice now, and justice here. Aim, stay, try, fear, justice now, and justice here. Aim, stay, try, here, justice now, and justice here. Voting rights, who say no? Voting rights. Voting rights. When I say voting rights, who say no? Voting rights. Voting rights. Voting rights. Voting rights. Tomorrow, next year, voting rights. Voting rights. Labor power, say it louder. Voter power, say it louder. Black power, people's power, tenant power, say it louder. Yes. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black trans matters! Black trans matters! Black trans matters! Black trans matters! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black trans matters! Black trans matters! It is our duty to fight for freedom! It is our duty to fight for freedom! It is our duty to win! It is our duty to win! We must love each other and support each other! We have nothing to lose but our chains! We have nothing to lose but our chains! It is our duty to fight for freedom! It is our duty to fight for freedom! It is our duty to win! It is our duty to win! We must love each other and support each other! We must love each other and support each other! We have nothing to lose but our chains! 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 What do you people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. What do we want? When do we want it? Do we want them tomorrow? Do we want them next year? When do we want it? When do we want it?
about you this one. Everywhere we go, everywhere we go, people wanna know who we are. Someone is coming. We are the riders. The freedom riders. Who we are.
most of my residents in the District of Columbia with no voting right in Congress. We have no vote on any floor, the House or the Senate. So while we're out here talking about voting rights, we have none. So let's get this D.C. statehood on the agenda. Let's get 2 more Democrats for the Democratic Party. D.C. is in the building today, and we are demanding, we are not asking for statehood anymore. Our voices will be heard.
Want to talk to the streaming audience? What's up to the streaming audience?
Yeah, what's going on, streaming audience? We are at the midway point. We have just walked 5 miles. We are on schedule. We are at our lunch stop where we're going to have some food. We got some food trucks here. We got some fresh food. Some of this food is from black farmers. Everything we do, y'all, we are always thinking about the economic impact. And so we were very specific about trying to support black farmers who have been going through heck, right, in terms of their businesses. And so we wanted to support them. So we got that. Then we're going to have some teachings, right? We're going to be talking about, we're going to have the foot soldiers from Lowndes County that were involved in the 10 cities. They're going to be here to tell the story. Sister Rhoda, one of our white sisters who actually came to Montgomery in '65 to support the marches as they were coming in. And because she came down here, they faced violence and got attacked. She's going to tell some of her stories. So we got actual foot soldiers that are going to tell their stories. We're also going to talk about the current voting rights battle. We're going to have some of the folks who are the plaintiffs in the latest Alabama litigation, the one that the Supreme Court decided a few weeks ago where they basically sided with Jim Crow. We're going to have some of those plaintiffs from right here in Alabama. So we're connecting the dots, y'all. We're connecting the history to the current issues, the younger folks to the older folks. It's intergenerational, it's cross-sectoral, cross-issue, it's all of that. We're going to have a lot of good info, a lot of good food, and a little bit of fun, because we always believe we got to have some culture, we got to have some fun, we got to have some black love and black joy in everything we do. So stick with us on the street. You might not be able to get the food, but you're going to be able to get the information. And remember, text us, text voting rights to 25225. If you can't remember that number, it spells black on your phone, 25225, and the word to send is voting rights, and that'll get you connected to us. That'll get you some information on our 1 Million for Voting Rights campaign. That'll get you info on how you can even connect to some of the folks that are out here. If you are an HBCU student and you're not out here, it ain't too late for you, because we got a whole campaign for HBCU students, and we can get you connected to some of the crew out here. I see some of my A&T crew out here, some Aggies in the house. All right now. So if you want to get connected, text us 25225. The word to text is voting rights. Can't stop, won't stop.
All right, man.
All right now.
Y'all ready?
You got it. Okay.
Freedom. All right, I like that there was the loudest one. So we're about to get started. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Y'all having a good time? Y'all enjoy your lunch? All right, all right. So we are here, believe it or not. We do believe in have a good time. As we always say, no matter what it is that we do, we always got to make some space for some black love, for some black joy, for some black culture, for some universal love. We got to make space for all that in our movements, or else our movements ain't worth having, right? Because then we ain't really building towards nothing, right? And so we always got to make space for that in our movements and in our activities. We are so pleased. We got a great program. We got to try to go through it quickly. But what we said, and y'all heard us in the morning, we wanted to start with folks from right here in Lowndes County. And we wanted to start with folks who were involved in 1965. And when I tell you that we got 4 foot soldiers here, y'all, please give it up for them. So we're going to start off. In fact, let me first go through each one and just tell you who they are, and then they're going to come up one at a time. First up, you met them this morning briefly. If you were at the very start of the march, you already met Brother Napoleon Mays, who participated in the march in 65. We got Mary Mays Jackson, it's your sister. All right, siblings here, was also in the march in 65. We've got Josephine Mays, right, who not only who lived in Tent City, y'all, which means that her family was targeted and evicted because of their participation. Y'all give it up for Josephine Mays. And we've also got Mary Lewis, who was also evicted, didn't necessarily have to come to Tent City, but who was also, her family was also evicted because of their participating movement. Y'all, please give it up for them. So first up, we're going to have Napoleon speak for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go right on down the line, if that's okay. Y'all, Brother Napoleon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's good to be here. We are fighting the same fight 57 years ago. We are fighting that same fight today. But I was born in Lowndes County, and I want to tell you about the city. Back then, we had a mass meeting going on, and people that were living on the white man place, and he told them, just go to this mass meeting, you can't live here anymore. So they came anyway because we were going about voting, getting black people to vote in Alabama. So they came to the mass meeting, and then they found out they put them off the land. So Mavile Older Smith, she had land. So she told me, she said, you can come live here on my land. And she opened it up to the people who got put off their land, and they stayed there. They went out and got tents and everything. They were able to cook there, and they had to get the water and bring there. So we marched in 65. Me and my sister, we joined at 23, and we marched all the way to Montgomery, singing songs and everything, just like the trail you came up today. We did that. For the first night, we started down by the big swamp down there, and then we wound up hit the Burtfield. That's the first stop. We stopped there. In the next stop, we went to St. Jude, and I see so many young people out there today. It's good to know your history. A lot of times people tell our story, but it's not the real history behind it. So if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on.
You see, even just the other day, they passed the election bill about Emmett Till. And I thank God for that, because they had tried 200 times, but they finally passed it. So your vote count. We have to get out and vote. If we don't get out and vote, we can't change. I don't care what president you have in there. If we don't vote and get these bright peoples in there, the Senate and everything, the bill not going to be passed. Because Mitch McConnell going to stop it. This is a very election that's coming up. Young peoples, when you turn 18, go and vote. Your vote matter. So I just want to thank everyone for coming here and hearing the history. But we got a lot of history in Lowndes County, you know, and we got a lot of work to do here. So thank God.
Hallelujah. I just want to reemphasize what my brother said. We walked in the 60s. I was 13 years old. Back then, it was one for all and all for one. We marched because we knew that it would give us a right to vote. And that's why it makes me upset nowadays when people have the right to vote and they will not activate their right by going to vote. Just know that it's one man and one vote, but one vote does count. So vote, vote, vote. Now, when we walked, I got a chance to meet Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I have never met another person like him before in my life. He had the most melodious voice. He was so full of love. I got a chance to shake his hand. His hand was the softest hand I ever shook in my life. Hallelujah. Also, it was black and white together. As I said, we was all for one and one for all. We had a lot of celebrities that walked with us. Adam Pernell Roberts that was on Bonanza. A lot of young people might not know them, but the older people know Bonanza. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Dick Gregory. And I had the opportunity to walk with Jonathan Daniel. Jonathan Daniel was the young man that they killed in Haynesville because he was trying to help people vote. And he was telling me that he could not understand why here in the South, people didn't want to, white people didn't want to be with black people. And he told a story about where he was in Selma, Alabama. He drove a Volkswagen and he had went to the place to get gas and he had to go in to pay for the gas. And when he went in, the gas attendant told him, say, "You got niggas in your car?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "Well, if you can't get them niggas out your car, you can't get any gas here." So he said, "I was not gonna put my friends out, so I didn't get gas there." Things was real bad back then, but thank God for Jesus, and now things are somewhat better. But we still got to know we come a long ways, but we still have a long ways to go. And another thing I want to emphasize is Miss Viola Smith. She was our landlord at the time, but she had a lot of land. She was very concerned about the black people. And she said that when the people were kicked off kicked out of their doors from the white man, that she had land. She said they could come and stay on her land as long as they wanted to. She didn't charge them. She said they were free to stay there until they were able to get land for themselves. The tents were very interesting. You know, I had never seen nothing like that before in my life because they had heaters, they had stoves, they could cook, they had beds, and everything needed was right there in the tent. And where the interpreter center is in Lowndes County, that was Miss Viola Smith land. As a matter of fact, we used to pick cotton on that land. It was a cotton field. So thank God for Miss Viola Smith. And the quilt there is some of her artifacts. The churn there is some of her artifacts. She was a farmer, but she was free-hearted with the land. And like I said, at that time, we stayed on her place. Her heart was for the black people. And she was very interested in us being free. So thank God for Miss Viola Smith. And I don't think justice was done because she's not mentioned very much. I don't know at all in the interpreter center, but her name should be up there because had it not been for her giving that land, it would not be there. So thank God for Miss Viola Smith. So you all do not forget Viola Smith.
Y'all say her name, Viola Smith. Say Viola Smith. free of charge, she let folks stay on her land because she believed in the cause. Say her name one more time, Viola Smith. All right. And also Brother Jonathan Daniels, right? So y'all say his name too, Jonathan Daniels. And I want you to hear what Mary shared with us. She said she was 13, right? Brother Napoleon, how old were you at the time? 15, 13 and 15. And they was in this movement, right? So, we say it all the time. I've been saying it all day. Don't tell me that young folks ain't got nothing to contribute to this movement, right? Right? So we're going to pass the mic now to Josephine Mays. You got your mic? It's working. You want to stand? Okay. All right, y'all give it up for Josephine.
My name is Josephine Mays, and as I stand, I can tell y'all a story, probably be here until night, but I'm just going to tell you just a few words. I was not put off the white man place, but my father was, and my husband and his mother and his grandmother was put off. And at the time we had just got married, so we moved in the tents, and we lived in the tents. And the tents wasn't so bad to live in because we had everything, but we just didn't have the right things. We cooked. We had our stoves outside of the tents with the pipes, stove pipes up on them, and we cooked. And we had our neighbors, Miss Glover, which she was one of the people that got put off the plantation. She and her family, Mandy Glover and Joe Glover, Scott Glover, and Bubba Scott. We all lived there together. They had their tents and we had our tents. And we would cook and share our food with one another. And Miss Glover, I had kids, small kids, and I would go to work. She would cook and make sure that my kids were fed when I got home from work. And we had a good time. And like I told one of my friends, I said, I lived in the tents, but I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid to go to sleep at night. Although people would come along and they would shoot and they would call us all kind of names. But God had our back. He had our back. And then none of us get shot, thank God. And my husband and the rest of the guys that lived there, they would take turns at night for us to go to bed to sleep. They would sit outside of the road because people would come along in the daytime and say, we'll be back to get y'all tonight. So, but they would night watch. Some would stay till 12 and they'd go to bed, and the next set would come and stay. But, God brought us from a long ways. And I worked. It's my work. Let me tell you young folks something. Go to school. Get all the education that you can get. Make sure you go to school and get your education, and don't take nothing less but the best. Because we have a chance now to do some of the things that we would like to do in life. Because when I was coming along, going to school, I had to go to the field and work for the white man. Had to go to school, get out of school at 12 o'clock, come home and go to the field and work till 6 o'clock. So that's the thing that we don't need now. We need love. Please love one another. Don't make no difference what color you are, where you came from. Love, because we need each other. And I just want to say thank you all.
Get ready. Y'all, that was so powerful. And I want to, Tasha, you coming on up? And I want to, I want to highlight. There's so much in what they've said so far, but I do want to ask a follow-up question to Josephine, because you mentioned that people would be outside and on guard, right? And what were they on guard? Like, if something went down, like what were they prepared to?
They was outside on guard, prepared. They was watching on their families because they was, they was afraid that they was gonna come back and shoot a bomb or whatever, that they was gonna do to us, because they were so low down and mean to us, at that time. And so we had to be on our watch at all times. At night, in the day too, because we had elder people that were sick and couldn't do things. Like my mother, she was down, she couldn't walk, so we just always had to have somebody to guard us.
What were they guarding with?
Around the tents where we lived at.
That's what I was trying to say it again.
Bodyguard.
Bodyguard.
Yeah, bodyguard.
Right.
And I would just like to say, down in the interpret center, our tents is on the wall, and if I was down there, could show it to you.
I've seen it. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay. Can somebody on audio check the sounds in the other tents? They're saying on the backside that they can't hear the audio.
Oh.
Napoleon, and we're gonna come to you. Thank you. But Napoleon wanted to say something on that.
Yeah, back then we had Scott B, Stokey Carmine, and Bob Mans. And so what happened was the white man riding around in his truck with shotgun and rifles, and he was going hunting rabbits. So we started putting in shotguns in our car, in trucks, and said we were hunting rabbits also. So what happened, Mount Gilead Baptist Church on Highway 80, we were having mass meeting. They drove by and they started shooting. Well, the next night we had mass meeting. When they came by, we shot at them. So that's the way it was.
Yeah.
And they stopped the shooting.
And they stopped, right?
They stopped shooting.
So I want to be very clear about why the reason why I asked that question. Thank you both for sharing that, right? Because there is a narrative about our movement, right, around the nonviolent techniques and tactics. And I want to be very clear, that tactic was what made our movement to be able to be as successful as it was, right? But as a result of the narrative that we have built up over the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, there's an aspect of our movement that has been completely erased. There was a self-defense aspect to our communities. You just heard it right there. If you read Amelia Boynton's book, she'll tell you about a community called Bogachita in Dallas County, right? And the same thing was happening where they would drive through, and the folks in Bogachita decided to do exactly what Napoleon was just saying. And the first time that they fired those shots, that was the last time the folks drove through Bogachita, right? People in Perry County, Alabama will tell you on the night after Jimmy Lee Jackson was killed, they did not stop having meetings. And when they had the meeting the next night, one of the sisters looked around and she got discouraged because she said, none of the brothers are here. What's happened to the brothers? Where'd they all go? And somebody went over and whispered to her and said, they're up on the rooftop. And so there is a tradition that was in our movements that has been erased because of a narrative. And again, I want to be very clear. It was important to our movements that we had, because we didn't want to be in gunfights, right? We didn't want to be in warfare, but it was a part of our movements and a part of a spirit of self-defense that has been completely erased. And we got to, you heard Sister Latasha just said it, tell the truth. We got to tell the truth, y'all. Because if we don't tell the full truth, then how are we supposed to learn for our current movements? And so this is not advocacy. People would say advocacy, you talk about violence. No, but we are just saying that we got to tell the truth about every tactic that we use in our movements. Or else you have people who are literally walking around in shame, not willing to tell some of these stories because they feel like it's a dirty story to tell, right? So we just got to tell the truth. Somebody say, tell the truth. All right, so thank you. I'm sorry for digressing like that, but I'm gonna turn it over to Sister Mary so you can tell us your story.
Good evening, everybody. I guess they let me be last because I'm the oldest up here. I can't stand long, so I'm gonna sit. And I'm 85 years old. And I didn't live in the tent. But my dad always had told me, baby sister, don't you fool with them folk now, because that man said them communists. And, you know, you don't want to tell your parents no story. And I really didn't want to lie to him. But just as soon as he would leave, I come home from the hospital for work. I was in my 30s, near 40, and I had 4 children. And our dad got me this house to rent from this man. The man, he had a beehive and thing. So I said, Dad, I won't go. This was that Monday. Soon as he left, I fed my children, bathed them, put them to bed, and locked them up in the house. And now, before I left, I said, y'all just go to sleep. But you know who I asked to take care of them? I asked my God. I said, Lord, take care of my children. I said, I might not return. I said, but take care of my children. So I get in my car and leave by myself. And I go and I come back. They all sleep, unlock the door, they all well. So someone, I don't know who it was, when it told the white man that I was in that march with the company. And my dad came up there that next day. He said, baby sister, didn't I tell you? Said, the man said you can't live in this house. And now promise me you're not gonna go no more. I didn't want to lie. But it was some inside me that was driving me. Told me, said, just go ahead. He'll forgive you. And I said, well, I'm not going. So I went that Wednesday. I stayed away that Tuesday. I went that Wednesday, and I was dying every time I look and see somebody. I said, I hope they don't know me or don't recognize me. I said, because my husband is away from home working, but we was building our house at the same time. I hadn't finished it. So that Thursday, here come my daddy. Baby sister, the man getting you till Saturday, this was that Wednesday, to get out of his house. Said, now you got all them children, what you gonna do? And our house won't finish, but I had a good neighbor, Mr. Wesley Baker. He came down there when Daddy told him, and he took me to Bell Lumber Company and got 4 windows, and they fixed up a room for my children and I to stay in until my husband got home that Friday. But Lord have mercy, my husband get me down to town. He said, nah, you done run your big mouth and done went and talking about what feeling you had inside. What kind of feeling you got now? Where we going? I said, I don't know where we going. I said, but we out. You just might well to start helping me pack. And we moved in that. There's one room. We moved in there, and my husband stayed away from work. And he got the house fixed so we could stay in. And God bless my dad and my husband. They both dead now. And neither one of them got a chance to vote. And when I told my children after they got up some sides about, they said, Mama, why don't you just go ahead and let them kill you? I said, y'all wouldn't have been here. And so right now, I bring it up. But y'all know one thing, y'all young people? Look, it's hurt me to my heart every time I look at the news and see when one of us done did something to the other one. Now, when I was coming on, we loved each other. We didn't fight. If you fought, you playing the next minute. And I didn't like my children even argue amongst each other. Because that wasn't right. But I just thank God, Lord, I just thank God. And I'm free. I don't know how many more days I got on this earth, but I can tell the world I got God on my side, and He gonna carry me through. I'm working for one place, cause this place ain't my home. Oh, no. This place ain't my home. My home is with Jesus, the man who hung on the cross for all our sin. And young people, y'all go to Jesus. If you ain't got a Jesus, try mine. If that song could say, by the grace of my Lord, I've come a long way. I've been beat and I've been scorned. But y'all know what? They never told me I was a child of God. Thank y'all. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Woo, I feel so good when I talk about that man. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Hallelujah. Thank you.
It's my walk with me, Lord. Won't you walk with me? Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me while I'm on this teacher's journey. I want Jesus just to walk with me. Be my friend, Lord. Won't you be my friend? Be my friend, Lord. Won't you be my friend? All along this teacher's journey, I want Jesus. Won't you walk with me? Amen. Yeah. Amen. Yeah. Amen. Are there any questions? We only have a couple of minutes, but does anybody want to ask a question? Just hold a second. Okay. As she's getting up, thank you, Lord. I want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Are we grateful to have these elders before us? And they constantly remind us
that literally it wasn't just the strategy of the movement, y'all. It was the spirit of the movement. That our people believe and continue to believe that there is some force that is greater, that is actually we're standing and we're pulling our force, our power, not from the U.S. government, not because of some law, but God has created something in us that says we are made to be free. That black liberation is our birthright. That we are to stand in the space of justice. And those of us that love the Lord, no matter what space you're coming from, no matter how you see your religious beliefs are in it, or if you have it or you don't have it. At the end of the day, what we do know is love works. Love works. Love works. So are there any questions that we have right now for any of the panelists that were here? Yes. So there's a question around, can any of you all respond to the Lowndes County Freedom Organization? Is that something we can talk about? The Freedom Party, we're joining them. We're joining them, John Hewlett and them. So some of us, I actually knew and worked with John Hewlett. But there is you want to share anything? Yes, I know. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so that's part of what they're talking about. So there was literally, if you all know how many, what you say? Okay, come on, give it real quick. No, it's fine. Come on, because you be, okay. Quick answer is, right now, how many of you all knew that the Black Panther Party, as a political party, actually started right here in Lowndes County? That is Kwame Ture, Stokely Michael. That part of what he did, Carmichael, part of the reason, matter of fact, I actually met him here as a young woman, as part of homage to what he had saw of the folks organizing, black people organizing themselves in Lowndes County. When he went to California, the brothers that organized in the Bay Area, the Black Panther Party that we know, it was actually to give homage to the Black Panther Party that was here, that was really the Freedom Party. And so part of the roots of resistance, y'all, run deep, is run right up under your feet right now. So just wanted y'all to know that history. All right, what we got here?
Y'all, please give it up one more time for Napoleon and Mary. Y'all, please give it up for them one more time. Y'all can step off a little. So at this time, we're gonna try to move the program along. And y'all, you can't pay for that kind of history lesson, y'all. For real, you can't pay for that kind of history lesson. So at this time, we're going to bring up we're going to be bringing up several groups of the students that are with us today in a couple of different sections. So we got the first section of students that are coming up, and I'm going to let Danielle come on up and bring on. And as she's doing that, let me shout out, where's Aquanetta? She's running that way. But our Alabama State Organizing Manager, Aquanetta Poole, who helped to organize and locate and bring on the freedom fighters that you just heard from. So I just wanted to recognize Sister there she is. Y'all get up for Aquanetta, please. And now one of our Deputy National Field Directors, Danielle Brown, she's been working hard to get all the students here. Don't y'all love Danielle, y'all? Y'all have been working with her? So she's going to take over and introduce the first group of students that's coming up.
All right. So we have been calling all over the United States. We are being streamed all over the United States. So for schools that couldn't even be here, they still get to participate. But we're really excited because we needed some young legs to make 10 miles a day, y'all. We needed some young legs. So we got South Carolina. Come on up, South Carolina, and I'm going to show you how young we had marching today. Come here. Yeah, so when we say young, we ain't playing. We got the future HBCU students up in here. So we got Moms Against Racism and all the babies. That's what we did today. So I'm going to turn it over to Natasha.
What's up? How y'all doing? All right, y'all gonna have to do better than that to get warm. Listen, my name is Natasha Witherspoon, and I'm the founder of Moms Against Racism. Raise your hand. We about to vote if you got a mama. Okay, all right. So listen, with Moms Against Racism, we come from South Carolina, Rock Hill, South Carolina. How many of you are from South Carolina? Okay, y'all heard of Rock Hill, South Carolina? We right in between Charlotte and Columbia, South Carolina. Well, currently in the state of South Carolina, we have some serious issues, the same as voting right issues. We are dealing with the pro-truth narrative. How many of you know what Cliff said? It's about the truth, right? So we have anti-CRT happening right now, four bills on the floor saying that we cannot teach our truth to education. So I want you to follow Pro-Truth South Carolina. With Moms Against Racism, we have 3 pillars of advocacy: education, advocacy. How many of you are highly educated? Black excellence? Okay, all right. I love it. And then we have our children and teens program with these little people behind me, and I want them to say something. So, no justice, no peace. Okay, I'm gonna keep going down the line. All right, guys, come on, get at your table right here. You got to get executive seat. Okay, let me hear you say no justice, no peace. All right, I like that one. One more time for the 2 right here. No justice,
no justice, no peace.
Oh, you got it. All right. So our kids and teens program, where we have a Speak Up conference every year in Rock Hill, South Carolina. We kicked it off last year, and we teach kids to speak up and to use their voices for social change. And last but not least, healthcare advocacy and voter rights with Moms to the Polls. Yeah. Yes. And so Sherry Phillips is here with us with our community relations team. She's a mama, and her 2 babies are back here with me. And we came all the way here so that we could show our kids that it is about democracy, and we want to make sure that we show them through action, right? And our mission is doing the work starting at home. Look us up, momsagainstracism.org. Thank you.
That's South Carolina.
Clinton College, too. Y'all know about Clinton? All right, I'm gonna need y'all to look that up. Clinton College in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Awesome. All right, DC, we got the Live Movement.
What's up? How y'all feeling? All right, Latasha done started something. A lot of my folks don't even know that I'm able to do this, but I need everybody to put their hands together when I start this. Jesus, be a fence all around me every day. Jesus, I want you to protect me as I travel along the way. I know you can, I know you will fight my battles as I keep still. Lord, be a fence all around me every day. Right? Let's do it again. Jesus, be a fence all around me every day. I would hope that y'all would stand up for Jesus. Jesus, I want you to protect me as I travel along the way. I know you can, I know you will fight my battles as I keep still. Lord, be a fence all around me every day. Clap it up for yourselves. That's one aspect that I feel like we really do need to bring back to this generation, is the cornerstone of the generation, which is the church. The church has sustained the movement since the beginning of time. And that's something that we definitely need to bring back to the forefront. My name is Anaya Vines. I am currently a senior at Howard University. The Live Movement, the Live Movement, as well as myself, led the Blackburn Takeover, which was the 34-day protest at Howard University, fighting for voting rights, housing rights, meeting with administration, and just advocacy. Please give it up for Black education, if you believe in Black education. One thing that our generation must rebuild and must understand about this time and this day and age is that we need a student movement, right? Has anybody ever heard of SNCC? Right? Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee. That is something that we need. And the LIVE movement is making it their mission to make sure that we have that. To make sure that we have a movement in which if you're fighting for your university in North Carolina, if you're fighting for your university in DC, Maryland, Virginia, if you are an HBCU student, we all need to be connected. Students have always been on the forefront of the movements. We need to get that back. So what does that mean? If you are from North Carolina, I need to see you after this. If you are from the DMV area, I need to see you after this. No matter where you are, there needs to be a centralized platform, a centralized coalition in which when students need something done, we are going to get it done by any means necessary, because we already know, based off of the legislation being passed and the $2 billion that was given to us when we were promised $41 billion, obviously we need to take matters into our own hands. Okay, to allocate the funds on our own terms, to make sure that student loan debt cancellation happens. When the politics and the politicians are not fighting on our behalf, we must fight on our behalf. Okay, on all fronts. So make sure you tap into _ the LIVE movement on social media. We also have a website, but we are the revolution. Students have always been the revolution. We need to mobilize as one. We cannot be divided anymore, especially as students. We need to come together as one. So if you are an HBCU student under the sound of my voice, please come see me and my director of community and outreach, Lauren over here. Lauren, if you could raise your hand. We have moves that we are making behind the scenes, y'all. Understand, some parts of the revolution will be televised, but the best parts aren't. All right? So I'll see you later.
Awesome. Thank you, Anaya. So we're going to bring up Florida, North Carolina, Texas.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all out today. I am Nicole Carter, a criminal justice major from the Elizabeth City State University in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, under the direction of Dr. Carrie Dixon. We have out with us the Sister to Sister program. We have representation from the Criminal Justice Club, as well as education and social work. So we just wanted to thank you all for this opportunity, and Viking Pride 3 times. And because I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina, Aggie Pride.
Hello, hello, beautiful black people. What's up? By show of hands, how many of you know or heard of Houston-Tillotson University? Okay, a little few, all right. My name is Gerard Sinkay Flowers. I am a graduating senior. I'm a kinesiology major. I am the president of Houston-Tillotson's NAACP Chapter 69AA. Yes, sir, yeah. So Houston-Tillotson University is the first and only black institution in college. Yes, I said first, before, you know, that big orange school on the other side of 35. Yeah, he was there first. My school is living proof of products that have fought for our rights. My school is a living proof of the greatest educators that were produced. My school has had Jackie Robinson led the men's basketball team, and he has led the Houston-Tillotson's athletic director. Houston-Tillotson is the same university that led the George Floyd Act, one of the very few cities that got Austin to defund their police. Houston-Tillotson is my institution. It's a small community, but what makes Houston-Tillotson what it is today is the history that is being put each and every year, each and every day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Unique Liggins, coming from Texas, originally from Dallas, Texas. I'm representing the Vice President of the Black Student Association for Tyler Junior College in East Texas. I didn't have no speech prepared, but I do want to say, take your time. Okay. God is good. Amen. All the time. I'm 18 years old. I graduated early. This right here is exactly what I needed. This was the fire to my torch. When I say that, I mean that. This place where you see me right here is not going to be the only place that you see me at. Exactly. When I say this is my first time knowing about voting, I was not informed. Black Vote Matters. I appreciate them. I'm honored to be here. for them coming to my campus and allowing me to register to vote and trying to get others, which we only didn't have 0 people come, hurt my feelings to know that we got so many Black people on our campus and nobody came out. But I'm recording all of this and putting this on Snapchat, and I got text messages after text messages and motivation that I'm motivating my people. We're supposed to show love to each other, and that's what I learned today. In the back of my mind, sometimes I be feeling like, ooh, she thinks she better, but nah, that's not the truth. We're supposed to love each other. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to love each other, show kindness to each other. With that being said, I would like to thank Black Votes Matter again, and thank y'all for letting me be here.
Yeah, you did that. You did that. Good afternoon, everybody. I have been yelling this whole march, so excuse my voice, please. Okay, first I want to give an honor to God, who is the head of my life. Next, to my family, who believes in me. And finally, to these amazing organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I bring you greetings from the fantastic state of Florida, where I proudly attend the great Bethune-Cookman University. Hail, Wildcats. And my name is D. Angel Edwards. Since we have a representative government, momentum is important. Building power for the movement that won't stop even when we are comfortable. Unfortunately, being Black is a political issue, being that our very freedom came from the stroke of a pen. Our bondage, freedom, and struggling has all been a matter of law and control. The only way out is through the interlocking chains of systematic racism, to address and repeal the legal injustices, especially of local laws. That is why Black voters matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon. I am Anya Taylor, a senior political science and sociology student from Havelock, North Carolina, representing the #1 public HBCU, North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Yes, Aggie Pride, yes. Today has been so surreal for me. I grew up reading all the time about the civil rights movement, Dr. King and all of his work. So to be at the forefront of a march today and be able to stand before you all and talk about the importance of the Black vote, it's just all coming full circle. And similar to what somebody said earlier, a fire has been ignited. I am excited. This will not be the last time that you all will see me. Yes. So at North Carolina A&T, we have experienced firsthand voter suppression. So for those of you all who may not know, back in 2016, we actually were racially gerrymandered. So basically, we were split in half. So what does that mean? The power of our vote was diminished. So what do you tell over 12,000 students that actually want to vote that their vote has been diminished and that power has been gone? So what do? So again, I started this work in fall of 2019 when I met my advisor, Tiffany Seawright, who really also ignited my fire. And so I was able to work alongside other students and other campus leaders to create a petition, and we were able to receive over 1,000 signatures in 24 hours to go to city council meetings and just advocate on our behalf and again, combat that racial gerrymandering and also support the fact that we also didn't have an on-campus polling site, which is also another injustice. So in 2019, we were able to advocate for that, and we were able to also obtain an on-campus polling site. Yes. So if you all are able to take anything from me today, young people, know that there is power in us and there is power in unity. And we've seen that. The youth vote literally swung the Obama 2008 and 2012 election. If that does not show you that there is power in the youth vote, there is. There is power when we come together as one and actually advocate and combat these injustices that we face every single day and continue to face. So again, if you don't take anything from me, because I know I talk a little fast, talk to me on the side if you really want to get personal. There is power in us and there is power in unity. Thank you.
Yes. So we also have Georgia in the house. We got Alabama in the house. We got Lowndes County Schools in the house. So we have a ton of young people. We are building an army of young folks that's taking over this, that's marching for this, for every single moment for voting rights. These are the folks that are doing it. So I'm so proud of these young folks, and I'm definitely proud to be one of the ones to get to work with them on a day-to-day basis. So I appreciate y'all, and let's get it. Let's get this last leg of this march.
Right. Let's get it. Let's get it. That's right. All right, y'all. We're going to keep it moving. We've got 6 of our partner organizations that are going to come up real quick. The first off, and I'm going to call them all out because I want y'all to be over here lined up. First, we got Ann Toback, who's coming up from the Worker Circle. Then we'll have Dr. Turner from the League of Women's Voters. Then we'll have Barbara Arnwine from Transformative Justice Coalition, Marcus Batchelor and Savante Myrick from People for the American Way, Jana Morgan from DFAD, and Bo Shuff from DC Vote. So if y'all can all be ready to come on up, and we'll keep this moving, and then we'll get ready on this for this second half of this march. All right, y'all having a good time? We learning something today. All right, Ann.
Hello, welcome. So thrilled to be here. And hasn't it been incredible today, marching in the footsteps of incredible heroes? Who's inspired? Wait, I'm not hearing you. Who's inspired? I want to do a shout out to somebody who's marching with our Workers' Circle contingent, Rhoda Silver. She's with Carolina Jews for Justice, and she was here 57 years ago, and she marched into Montgomery. So shout out to Rhoda Silver. I'm so proud today to take inspiration from the heroism and the perseverance of the tens of thousands of women and men who took up the fight for civil rights and equality over half a century ago. People whose activism paved the way for all of us here to hold a stake in our democracy, and whose activism we are now called on to continue as we fight to protect, preserve, and expand the right of every American to vote and have their vote counted. We all have that stake, and it's meaningful for me to be here as the CEO of the Workers' Circle. We're a social justice organization that was founded in 1900 by Eastern European Jewish immigrants. Our founding members were women and men who left their homelands, escaping violence, economic hardship, and authoritarian rule. People who came to the United States because it offered them freedom and democracy. All of us here marching today stand on the shoulders of fierce activists, people who took on a century of fights for our democracy, against fascism, for civil rights, people who changed the world in the 20th century. And all of these historic victories came through perseverance, courage, and solidarity. We are here today because our American democracy is in jeopardy. Our constitutional right to vote and our ability to conduct free and fair elections has been compromised. Anti-democratic lawmakers have effectively targeted voters of color through state voter suppression laws, and they've redistricted Black voters out of power in states like Alabama, here, and Georgia. We're marching to say that we will not let this stand. The Workers' Circle is proud to be here in our 21st century coalition of fierce activists. Black Voters Matter, League of Women Voters, Declaration for American Democracy, the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Transformative Justice Coalition, and the People for the American Way. Let's hear it for all of us. This past year has seen us all marching together, getting arrested together, and supporting each other shoulder to shoulder. Together, we send the message that we are committed to making history in 2022 and beyond. But we're not marching here today simply to pay homage to the bravery and strength of those who came before us. But we're here to make history for ourselves, to demand our government fulfill its duty to protect our democracy, to demand that they pass federal voting rights legislation to protect the right of every American to cast their vote and have their vote counted, And we're here to send the message that we will not stop marching, we will not stop working, and we will not stop fighting until we win. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Ann in the Workers Circle. Next up, Dr. Turner, League of Women Voters.
Join me just for one verse of I woke up this morning with my mind trained on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind trained on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind trained on. Let me hear you guys. I woke up this morning with my mind trained on freedom. Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. My God. I came with these marks ready to give. But you know, you guys have touched my heart and my soul so much today that I just have to go off the mark and say what I'm really feeling.
That's all right. Take your time.
I have a new friend that I met today, and I want to call her out, and I don't see her. Divine Hill McGuire. There she is. Hi, Divine. And as you may not know, she is the granddaughter of her grandfather owned Campsite One home. And she lives there part-time with her mother, and they keep it up. And we were walking along, and she spoke to me. We were talking, and she said, and I want everybody to do this right now, look at the shoes. Everybody look at your feet. You know, in 1965, the Freedom Walkers and the people walking for votes didn't have Pumas. They didn't have Adidas. They didn't have Nikes. They had shoes that by the end of the march, they had walked through the soles of them, but they kept walking. And so therefore, what we have to do is remember those who came before and the struggles they had, because we need to walk till we have walked through the soles of our shoes for the freedom and the justice that we need, for voting rights and all the justice we need in America. We can do it. And I know we can, because I am so impressed with you young folks today that you have just touched my souls. And I am ready to hang on a little bit to the torch, but to pass it, because I want you to walk through your souls like your elders did and your forebears did. We can do it. We can win. We can do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you. Get it up for Dr. Turner, y'all. Next up, Barbara Arnwine.
Okay.
There you go.
All righty. Hey, everybody! We've been marching, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I've been out here. I marched on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today, and I'll be here through Friday because it's our time. We got to do it now. This is the work of our era. I want you to know that Marcus Arbery, the father of Maud Arbery, called me last night. And he said, Barbara, I'm not where I need to be. I need to be right here with you marching. You see, everyone, it's just one step in the battle that we're going to wage all year long. They think they've seen something. They don't know what's about to come. Because we're not going to sit back and allow our democracy to be destroyed because of their greed, their racism, their homophobia, all of the evils that live. I want you to know that the Transformative Justice Coalition got your back. We will be here. We're going to be waging these battles, these boycotts. We're going to show them what it looks like when the nation says, we're out. You want to try to banish us? You want to banish us from the polling place? Well, what about we decide that we're going to boycott your asses, every one of you, and that we're going to show you what our power looks like when we unite, when we say it's over, that no more of this evil voter suppression. You got to answer to us because we are the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on. Next up, Marcus
Savante Myrick, People for the American Way.
All right, all power to all the people. Somebody say all power to all the people. All power to all the people. Again, my name is Marcus Batchelor. I'm the Deputy Director for Leadership Programs at People for the American Way. And we thank you. And we are so excited to be here to join in this commemoration of a long walk to freedom that really did birth new hope and tangible things that protected the right to vote in our country. But we're excited to be here, not just because of this commemoration, because we know it's more than a commemoration. We know it's a recommitment. It's a recommitment to this fight. It's an acknowledgement that the attacks that are happening right now are just as sinister, just as hate-filled as the ones we saw back in the 1960s. And we're here back in Lowndes County, back in Alabama, to tell folks that we won't take it sitting down, that we'll keep marching on that long walk to freedom, that this isn't just a replay of a march, in black and white. This is a relay, right? This is a continuation of that walk, of that march. So turn to your neighbor real quick. It's churchy today, so I can do this. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, this ain't no replay. It's a relay. Say, this ain't no replay. It's a relay. And so we've got work to do. And so I'm excited to be here with my brother, the executive director of People for the American Way, Savante Myrick, the youngest person ever elected mayor in the state of New York. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And let's bring him up to talk about the work we have to do moving forward. God bless.
Thank you, Marcus. Who said New York? Nobody said New York. New Yorkers know today's March 9th. What's March 9th? March 9th is the day we lost Biggie Smalls. An important person for our communities. And Biggie meant a lot to me because Biggie was the one who said, birthdays were the worst days. And I remember those days. I was born and raised in a homeless shelter. I worked my whole life to get out of that shelter and to get into public office. And I want to be very honest with all of you here, that working on voting rights is not what I wanted for my life. This is not where I want to be. Lowndes County in Alabama, I am happy to be here with you. But working for voting rights is something that I thought was done already. I thought we would have the opportunity to pursue lives of purpose and satisfaction. And even as in 14 years in elected office, we worked to make great strides to stop climate change, end homelessness, right? Create real, positive, healthy improvements to our community over the last 6 years especially. I watched one party in our country fight so hard to take us backwards. And when Ben Jealous called me 2 years ago and he said that he was taking over People for the American Way, and that he was worried about the misinformation that Black men in particular were receiving through their cell phones. And he asked me if we could create a program called Defend the Black Vote to send 10 million text messages directly to Black men between the ages of 18 and 45. If we could get them to vote at the same level that Black women vote, then maybe we could do something crazy like win the state of Georgia for President Biden and win the state of Georgia for Senator Warnock and John Ossoff. We sent those 10 million texts. We increased Black male turnout by 15% at least, and we won that. So this is not the work I wanted to do. I know not the work you want to do, but this is the work we have to do. This is the work we're called to do. This is the work we need to do if we're going to, as Biggie said, make sure that we go from negative to positive, and it's all good. And if you don't know,
Testing.
Okay. Hey, everybody. When voting rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What is it?
fight back.
That's right. And we're here and we are fighting back because unfortunately, like Savante said, we don't want to be here fighting for the right to vote still again over and over, but we are because we have to be, because we must be. And I am so grateful to be here with you all today. My name is Jana Morgan. I'm the director of the Declaration for American Democracy. And we're a coalition of over 250 organizations that have been fighting to pass transformative legislation in this country to protect the right to vote, to stop partisan gerrymandering, to stop election sabotage, and to get big money out of politics. And unfortunately, we are in a place right now where we have one party that doesn't believe in the Constitution, that every single person should have a right to vote. And so we are here today walking in the footsteps of the giants who came before us, who went from Selma to Montgomery, who stood up in the face of police brutality, of derision from other people in the country, in their society, and they said, no, I have a right to vote and I'm going to stand up for that. And I am so grateful to be here with all of you. But it's ridiculous that 150 years after the passage of the 15th Amendment, which gave everyone the right to vote, that we're still fighting these fights. And that there are, yes, that's right, not women, gave the right to all men to vote in theory. But we haven't ever seen the reality of the American promise. We've never seen that promise of democracy that America has put forward, that every person gets a right to vote, that we have a government that is of, by, and for the people. We have never lived up to that promise. And so now when we're seeing over 400 anti-voter laws introduced across the country in 49 states, we know we have to keep up the fight. We know that we were disappointed. We were despondent even over the inability of Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, because we had Republican senators and some Democratic senators, Manchin and Sinema, that were more interested in holding up Jim Crow than upholding the right to vote. But we are not going to give up. We are going to keep fighting, and we're going to say to President Biden, we're looking at you now. What can you do with your executive authority to protect the freedom to vote for all Americans? Because pretty words and speeches are not enough. And you have the power. You are the leader of this country. And enough with the attacks on Americans, on the right to vote, and especially on Black and brown voters who are being targeted with surgical precision. President Biden, Black and brown voters put you in office. They gave you the majority. It's time for you to deliver for those people. Thank you.
All right, y'all, we got one more speaker from our partner organizations, y'all, and then we got Sister April's gonna come up and introduce y'all to some of the plaintiffs in the latest voter suppression case that the Supreme Court just dealt with, dealing with gerrymandering. So after that, we'll be lining up and getting back on. But first, y'all have heard some of the chants we've done talking about DC Stadium. I'm so glad to have my friend Bo Shuff here to talk about what I still and always say is one of the oldest forms of voter suppression. Bo, take it away.
Cliff, thank you. And Black Voters Matter, thank you very much for including us and including the issue of statehood in this event. When we landed yesterday, don't grab the bottom. All right. When we landed yesterday in Atlanta, Stacey Abrams had just filed her paperwork to run again, to make history in this country, to win the first Black female governorship ever, anywhere in the country. If DC were a state, we have done it twice. DC statehood is a matter of racial justice. You all have seen the signs that you've been carrying around, and we thank you. It is a matter of racial justice because a jurisdiction that is a majority Black and brown is ruled without representation by a body that is a majority white. If you want to know what systemic racism is, it is DC's lack of statehood. We landed in Atlanta because it was important to connect the advocacy of John Lewis, the one who fought for DC statehood, to the legacy of what happened and started here. And so that hopefully that legacy can continue through the fight of DC statehood with all of you that are with us. We need your voices across the country advocating that democracy has to include all, not just those who live in states. Well, I guess once we make a state, everyone who lives in a state.
That's right.
It is time to end more than 200 years of oppression of the 700,000 people who live, work, and raise families in the District of Columbia, pay taxes without representation. It is time for DC statehood. Thank you.
Yes. Hello? Statehood.
All right.
Yes, 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 yes. So we have one more group of students that's making history today. So I'm excited to bring up DeAndre to talk about what's happening in Georgia.
Yo, what's up, everybody? My name is DeAndre Gates. How you doing? I am representing a coalition of student organizations. On today, 62 years ago, the Atlanta student movement released the Appeal for Human Rights. The Appeal for Human Rights covered issues of humanity. On today, students from Georgia representing Spelman, Morehouse, Clark, Atlanta, our PWIs, Georgia State, Georgia Tech, hand-delivered a letter to Governor Kemp and to members of the Georgia legislature to identify issues of humanity that are key and that are critical to students in Georgia. So we got some students from Georgia State who participated in this initiative, and we're going to have them to cover what's included in the letter. So I'm going to turn it over to James and let him go over what's included in that letter that we delivered to Governor Kemp today.
Thank y'all. I'm so excited to be here. It's so great to be in such an energetic place with so many organizers. But the letter basically says we want economic equality. We want equity. We want equity in our schools. Georgia schools have not been fully funded for almost 20 years. And you know who that affects. Black and brown students, the absolute worst. We want education equity. We want economic equity. We want our state to treat Black and brown people like they're people. And we shouldn't still be having to say that. That's so sad. But we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep working. We're in our state capitol all the time, talking to our legislators, working with them, pressuring them, shouting them down sometimes. But we're working hard, and we're going to keep working in Georgia.
Hello, everybody. Jordan Madden, Georgia State student. And yeah, as James was saying, we're down there at the Capitol every single day, fighting really hard. A state that just elected a Jewish American to the Senate, another Black man to the Senate, who's flipped Georgia blue for Joe Biden, is still being represented by conservatives who don't care for our rights as students, as people in this great state of Georgia. And so we're doing a whole lot of work down there to promote economic justice, education equality, particularly with censoring history. I think it's very important that we're here right now doing this work and the legacy of our forefathers, and they're trying to ban that, and they're trying to get rid of that. So I'm glad to be here, and I thank you guys for the opportunity and continue to fight for this work.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Give it up for the Georgia students, y'all. Give it up for them. Our last speaker is coming up right now. I'm going to introduce real quick my wife and also our legal director and chief of staff. It's a bad sister right here, y'all. It's a bad sister. I married up. Attorney April England Albright.
Hello, everybody. So we're getting ready to get back out here and finish out these last miles, but we knew that we could not leave here without talking about things that are very, very specific and important for the state of Alabama that are also impacting us everywhere in this country. And that is the issue of gerrymandering. As many of you are clearly aware and heard of a Supreme Court case where the Supreme Court essentially decided to enjoin a decision from the lower court in Alabama that basically determined that right now Alabama's political lines are racially gerrymandered. That is the decision the court made. But despite the fact that the lower court, after listening to mountains of evidence and testimony, determined that this map in this state is racially gerrymandered, they decided to go ahead and require this state to hold elections this year on racially gerrymandered lines. And so we're talking about Alabama, but that's everywhere in this country. And it needs to end. And right now, there is federal legislation that seeks to make it a statutory right not to gerrymander. right? So we need that act to be put in place. But we have a very special guest here today. We have those individuals who bravely served as plaintiffs in that case, right? It's important for you to hear from them and understand what it is they're fighting for in that case, that they're continue that fight. So I'm going to bring forward Dr. Winfrey, Kadena Stone, Shalayla Dowdy, and Brother Evan Milligan. Okay, we gotta watch it.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are in a critical time right now. We're excited to be here. I'm going to turn the mic over to Evan Milligan, who name may be familiar if you're familiar with the case, Milligan versus Merrill, and pretty much break down what is going on with the case right now.
And they're not just deferring to me from a gender thing. I want to put that out there. They're getting back at me because I didn't participate in the interview inside. They are very capable of telling their own stories. But we really appreciate you allowing us to speak to the group today. Redistricting and gerrymandering are probably not the issues that wake y'all up out of bed this morning, but these are issues that are definitely connected to everything that shapes our lives. It's important for us to say one thing to y'all today. Between now and October, we need to bring as much attention to this case as possible. We need to make sure that the narrative of this case, that you understand the stories that are being told in this case by the people represented here and the people that we've worked with and grown up with our whole lives from here to Mobile County, that this is a really unique chance for us to really think about Black communities and race, the law, and the purpose of democracy in our country. I can't even summarize it all, but I will say there's one thing. We've made an album even to get the core of these concerns out through music. And the song that's about this case says, one of the verses says, big broken, thankful, nothing on my ankles. More black fire than the oil tankers. I pass by while interstating. Me and I-10 so innovative in remote locations throughout the Gulf nation. Yeah. They claim it ain't space to bring some more Haitians, Ecuadorians, Salvadorians. Far as I'm concerned, we need some more of them. Yeah. Our little towns ain't getting no bigger. Yeah. By one Citgo, maybe $4 generals. In general, ain't it plain to see? It don't work for you. The math worked for me. So let me vote in peace. Don't strip me. Don't clip me. Don't crack me. Don't pack me. Don't flip me. We dry. They wet. It's tempting to leave home, dive in, and go swimming. Mainstream water's never been that deep, but we can still drown when we on our knees. Stood up, stayed down when I left. Came home, missed home, caught a jet. Our map intact, whole county true. North Star of my soul brought me back to you. Yeah. You won, nothing new. 1 and 1 make fun, 1 and 1 make 2. And then the chorus says, we can make us a map, yo. We can break out this trap, yo. If we make us a map, yo. Yeah. Use your tools. Yeah. Your tools. We can break out this trap, yo. If we make us a map, yo, yeah. Use our tools. Use our tools. Yeah. So, talked about a lot of stuff in there, right? But it's easier for you to hear that than to hear a 200-page something about the case itself. If you take one thing from that, go to Bandcamp, Shake the Field. The song is on there. It's free. Follow our case, y'all. We got to make this big. Don't wait till one of us to get killed by the police before you then want to. Right, we can do this right now on the front end. That's right. All right.
All right, so I don't have bars like Evan does. But when I say fair, y'all say maps. Fair? Maps. Fair? Maps. So we are plaintiffs in this lawsuit, not just for us, but for the citizens of Alabama. That's right. And redistricting is tied to voting. There's no way you can go to the polls and make a fair and adequate vote if your lines are not drawn fairly.
That's right.
So in October, we'll have oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court where we'll be advocating for a second majority Black district because right now, Black Alabamians are not fairly represented on the congressional level. I'm from Mobile, Alabama, so when I go and vote for my congressman, I'm voting for someone who does not support legislation that that's focused on my community, that helps my community, that is Black people.
Yeah.
So y'all might not know a lot about redistricting, but I need you to follow the case, support us so that we can fight to have equitable maps in Alabama so that when you go to the polls, our voices can adequately be heard.
That's right.
Yeah. So currently, as we all know, the Voting Rights Act is at stake, and it's not just around the country, it's right here in Alabama. We need to be able to, like Evan said in his song, use our tools. We need to be able to use our voice. We need to be able to stand up and be a voice for the voiceless. And also a very important thing is that currently the Shelby County versus Holder case in 2013 removed the federal oversight where judges are required to look at the maps that are being drawn. We no longer have that. We no longer have that federal oversight. So it's even more important for us to make sure that we are stepping up to the plate when redistricting comes around the second time so that we can have fair maps.
And the last thing I will add again, just know that your voice is important. Us marching today is important, but take this energy back to your community. Let your friends and family who are not here know what you witnessed and know what you are a part of, and know this is a foundation. The seeds being planted. This is just the beginning. So we'll see y'all on the march. Peace.
All right, y'all give it up for the plaintiffs in this case, and y'all just to give it up for them. And just to make it clear, we always talk about how we're connected. What happens in that case can impact gerrymandering all across this country. So follow that case. Follow what is going on with that. So I'm going to turn it over to Dion. We're getting ready to walk. She's going to give some directions. If you want to get more information from any of those plaintiffs, a couple of them going to be marching with us over the next 3 miles. We only got 3 miles left, y'all. Somebody say 3. We're going to start strong. We started strong, and now we got to finish strong. We got 3 miles left, and Dion's going to give us the directions of what we need to do now to get lined back up.
Yes. Okay. Congratulations, everybody. We have how many more miles? 3. Okay. So the next stop is going to be 2 miles. We're going to go ahead and take those 2 miles, and that's going to be to the Casey's General Store. You'll see our signage. If we can get everyone to go and stand in front of the big BVM bus, go ahead and line up. How many? 3 by 3. There you go. 3 by 3, 3 miles. All right. So if we can go ahead and line up, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Then I froze like a pin. West I walk it out. South I walk it out. East I walk it out. North I walk it out. Now 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 west I walk it out. Now south I walk it out. East I walk it out. North I walk it out. students matter. Black students matter. Black preachers matter. Black teachers matter. Black teachers matter. Black teachers matter. I know about y'all, but when I look in the mirror every day, I just love being black. to where we are right now. This is day 3 of this week's march. We are at campsite 3, which was on day 3 of the original march. The original march was March 21st. So we are matching the days, and this is the campsite where they were. For those who don't know, I think somebody said earlier, they didn't have Nikes and Pumas back then. So folks had to nurse their calluses every night. And they're staying in the fields. They built tents, they put flatboards for people to sleep on. And all Hollywood artists, Tony Bennett and Sammy Davis Jr. and Harry Belafonte with, like this is our DJ, but they had those real live people back then performing every night when they came. So we just wanted to acknowledge that. But each place along the way, you'll see the campsites where people were, and we thought it was significant. But this is our day 3, and we are at campsite of day 3 57 years ago. So, Black Voters Matter. And I see their faces over there. I've been here every day this week. This has been the largest march anywhere this week. And you college students brought it home. Proud of y'all. God bless you. A shout out to the folks inside that sign press that says welcome Black Voters Matter. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Everybody's got a right to vote. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. 'Cause everybody's got a right to vote. Sing it out. Everybody's got a right to vote. I'm hearing everybody's got a right to vote. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. 'Cause everybody's got a right to vote. 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 All over the state. Got a right to vote. Everywhere at. We got a right to vote. Tell Miss McConnell. Got a right to vote. Tell Joe Manchin. We got a right to vote. Tell Kirsten Selma. We got a right to vote. Tell folks North Carolina. We got a right to vote. Wherever we're at, we got a right to vote. Saying everybody's got a right to vote. When I'm in work, everybody's got a right to vote. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. 'Cause everybody's got a right to vote.
heard you can sing. You're gonna ask me where I heard that from. I heard you can sing. What's up with that? Why are you moving out? What you got? Huh? DJ, move up, DJ, move up. We got a little something. We got do a little something. What you got? Let's see, the change is gonna come. Let's see him come. Almost born by the Lord. And a little tears. Lord, just like the river I've been running. Lord, receive. It's been a long time coming, but I know it's not just been a pain. Oh, yes, it will. Yes, I'm originally from Memphis, Tennessee, but I now live in Monroe, Virginia.
Power went out. Generator went out. Boop. Boop.
Joshua done broke the speakers. Joshua done broke the speakers. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Woo!
Good to see you, bro.
Doing all right?
You weren't here earlier.
I was in the van.
Okay.
I've been working with the brothers who are the brothers and sisters who are here to actually Thanks for the work.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
We stopped just because of the thing?
I guess so.
Yeah, this is driver right here. So yeah, keep working.
Yeah, I think we should keep moving. We just gotta make it work with the megaphones. We'll make it work.
Make it work.
Yeah.
Y'all, we stopped because they trying to fix the sound, but y'all care if we keep on going. We just got our voices in the megaphone. Is that okay with y'all? All right, let's do it, y'all. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
You need to stay on this side of the line now.
Stay out again.
Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop.
On me right now?
It's all good. I say, hey, hey, ho, ho. This new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. This new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
Somebody come in with the ball.
Has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. This new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. This new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. This new Jim Crow has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Let's go. Come join the movement. Come join the movement.
Yeah, we're out.
Come on. number 6 is only 1 mile. It is literally down the street. I promise. I'm not doing you like cliff pitch. I promise. It is a mile. Now let's give it up to Miss Barbara Evans. And Mrs. Deborah. Welcome back, Voters Matter. They did it. Give it up for them. All right. So raise your hand if you want to tell us about it now. Okay, nobody. All right. Yeah. Okay, so if you want to stop, we have 1 more mile, and you can. And we'll have shuttles to pick you up from here. If not, then we're gonna keep on marching. Is that good? Yeah. I promise. No, I promise. Listen to me. I don't know what Cliff told you. It is literally 1 mile. I promise. Okay? All right, let's keep going, guys. Come on. We can do this. We don't have to stop. Don't stop, won't stop. Come on. Let's not stop. I do literally. Don't stop. One minute, y'all, because Reverend Mark asked us to. And again, if you've got to stop, if you need to go back, it's not a problem. We got some shows to take you back. But if you want to keep going, we got 1 more. We're going to say 1 more. All right. So we can say the rest of another 30 seconds or so. That's it, So we got rest just another 30 seconds. Grab some water over there. In about 25 seconds, we'll keep it moving. Because Dion said so. Need water? Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and 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 they wish.
Hey, before y'all go, we got a couple of announcements. First off, everybody,
Look, give yourselves a round of applause, but especially, give yourselves a round of applause. We want to, come on, give it up. But we definitely want to thank Black Voters Matter and all our partners